Hi there, dear friends. Welcome back to Serene Mind Stories, where the day gently fades away and the world of old folktales begins to glow. Tonight, we're stepping into a realm shaped by the brothers Grimm, a place where forests whisper, magic stirs quietly in the shadows, and every story carries a little spark of wonder. Before we begin, go ahead and settle into a cozy spot. Let your shoulders soften, let your breath slow, and allow your mind to drift lightly, effortlessly, into that peaceful space between waking and dreaming. This is your moment to unwind, to release the weight of the day, and to travel with me into the ancient stories that once warmed countless hearts across Europe. If you enjoy these calming nighttime journeys, feel free to subscribe and tap the little bell so you can join us again whenever you need a gentle escape. Now, take one more slow breath and let's step together into the timeless magic of Grimm's fairy tales. 1. Little Red Cap. Once upon a time, there was a sweet little girl. Everyone who saw her liked her, but most of all, her grandmother, who did not know what to give the child next. Once she gave her a little cap made of red velvet, because it suited her so well, and she wanted to wear it all the time. She came to be known as Little Red Cap. One day her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Cap, here is a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She is sick and weak, and they will do her well. Mind your manners and give her my greetings. Behave yourself on the way and do not leave the path, or you might fall down and break the glass, and then there will be nothing for your grandmother. And when you enter her parlor, don't forget to say good morning, and don't peer into all the corners first." "I'll do everything just right," said Little Red Cap, shaking her mother's hand. The grandmother lived out in the woods, a half hour from the village. When Little Red Cap entered the woods, a wolf came up to her. She did not know what a wicked animal he was, and was not afraid of him. "Good day to you, Little Red Cap." "Thank you, wolf." "Where are you going so early, Little Red Cap?" "To grandmother's." "And what are you carrying under your apron?" "Grandmother is sick and weak, and I am taking her some cake and wine. We baked yesterday, and they should be good for her and give her strength." "Little Red Cap, just where does your grandmother live?" "Her house is good quarter hour from here in the woods, under the 3 large oak trees. There's a hedge of hazel bushes there. You must know the place," said Little Red Cap. The wolf thought to himself, "Now that sweet young thing is a tasty bite for me. She will taste even better than the old woman. You must be sly, and you can catch them both." He walked along a little while with Little Red Cap. Then he said, "Little Red Cap, just look at the beautiful flowers that are all around us. Why don't you go and take a look? And I don't believe you can hear how beautifully the birds are singing. You are walking along as though you were on your way to school. It is very beautiful in the woods." Little Red Cap opened her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing to and fro through the trees, and how the ground was covered with beautiful flowers, she thought, "If I take a fresh bouquet to grandmother, she will be very pleased. Anyway, it is still early, and I'll be home on time." And she ran off the path into the woods, looking for flowers. Each time she picked one, she thought that she could see an even more beautiful one a little way off, and she ran after it, going further and further into the woods. But the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked on the door. "Who's there?" "Little Red Cap. I'm bringing you some cake and wine. Open the door." "Just press the latch," called out the grandmother. "I'm too weak to get up." The wolf pressed the latch, and the door opened. He stepped inside, went straight to the grandmother's bed, and ate her up. Then he put on her clothes, put her cap on his head, got into her bed, and pulled the curtains shut. Little Red Cap had run after the flowers. After she had gathered so many that she could not carry any more, she remembered her grandmother and then continued on her way to her house. She found, to her surprise, that the door was open. She walked into the parlor, and everything looked so strange that she thought, "Oh my God, why am I so afraid? I usually like it at grandmother's." She called out, "Good morning," but received no answer. Then she went to the bed and pulled back the curtains. Grandmother was lying there with her cap pulled down over her face and looking very strange. "Oh, grandmother, what big ears you have." "All the better to hear you with." "Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have." "All the better to see you with." "Oh, grandmother, what big hands you have." "All the better to grab you with." "Oh, grandmother, what a horribly big mouth you have. All the better to eat you with." The wolf had scarcely finished speaking when he jumped from the bed with a single leap and ate up poor Little Red Cap. As soon as the wolf had satisfied his desires, he climbed back into bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loudly. A huntsman was just passing by. He thought, "The old woman is snoring so loudly. You had better see if something is wrong with her." He stepped into the parlor, and when he approached the bed, he saw the wolf lying there. "So here I find you, you old sinner," he said. "I have been hunting for you a long time." He was about to aim his rifle when it occurred to him that the wolf might have eaten the grandmother and that she still might be rescued. So instead of shooting, he took a pair of scissors and began to cut open the wolf's belly. After a few cuts, he saw the red cap shining through, and after a few more cuts, the girl jumped out crying. "Oh, I was so frightened. It was so dark inside the wolf's body." And then the grandmother came out as well, alive but hardly able to breathe. Then Little Red Cap fetched some large stones. She filled the wolf's body with them, and when he woke up and tried to run away, the stones were so heavy that he immediately fell down dead. The three of them were happy. The huntsman skinned the wolf and went home with the pelt. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine that Little Red Cap had brought. And Little Red Cap thought, "As long as I live, I will never leave the path and run off into the woods by myself if Mother tells me not to." They also tell how Little Red Cap was taking some baked things to her grandmother another time, when another wolf spoke to her and wanted her to leave the path. But Little Red Cap took care and went straight to grandmother's. She told her that she had seen the wolf and that he had wished her a good day, but had stared at her in a wicked manner. "If we hadn't been on a public road, he would have eaten me up," she said. "Come," said the grandmother, "let's lock the door so he can't get in." Soon afterward, the wolf knocked on the door and called out, "Open up, grandmother. It's Little Red Cap, and I'm bringing you some baked things." They remained silent and did not open the door. Greyhead crept around the house several times and finally jumped onto the roof. He wanted to wait until Little Red Cap went home that evening, then follow her and eat her up in the darkness. but the grandmother saw what he was up to. There was a large stone trough in front of the house. "Fetch a bucket, Little Red Cap," she said to the child. "Yesterday I cooked some sausage. Carry the water that I boiled them with to the trough." Little Red Cap carried water until the large trough was clear full. The smell of sausage arose into the wolf's nose. He sniffed and looked down, stretching his neck so long that he could no longer hold himself, and he began to slide. He slid off the roof, fell into the trough, and drowned. And Little Red Cap returned home happily, and no one harmed her. 2. The 3 feathers. Once upon a time, there was a king who had 3 sons, 2 of whom were clever and intelligent, but the third one did not talk very much, was simple-minded, and the only name they gave him was the Simpleton. When the king became old and weak, and thought that he was nearing his end, he did not know which of his sons should inherit the kingdom after him. So he said to them, "Go forth, and the one of you who brings me the finest carpet, he shall be king after my death." So there would be no dispute among them. He led them to the front of his castle, blew 3 feathers into the air, and said, "As they fly, so shall you go." The one feather flew to the east, the other to the west, and the third feather flew straight ahead, falling quickly to the ground after going only a short distance. The one brother went to the right, the other to the left, and they laughed at the simpleton who had to stand there where the third feather had fallen. The simpleton sat down and was sad. Then he suddenly noticed that there was a trap door next to his feather. He lifted it up, found a stairway, and climbed down inside. He came to another door and knocked on it, upon which he heard someone calling out from within, "Maiden green and small, hopping toad's puppy, hop to and fro, quickly see who is outside." The door opened, and he saw a big fat toad sitting there, surrounded by a large number of little toads. The fat toad asked what he wanted. The simpleton answered, "I would like the most beautiful and finest carpet." Then the fat toad called to a young toad, saying, "Maiden green and small, hopping toad's puppy, hop to and fro, bring me the large box." The young toad brought the box, and the fat toad opened it, then gave the simpleton a carpet from it. It was so beautiful and so fine, the like of which could never have been woven in the world above. He thanked the toad and climbed back out. Now the other 2 thought that their brother was so stupid that he would not find anything to bring home. "Why should we spend a lot of effort looking for a carpet?" they said. So they took some pieces of coarse cloth from the first shepherd's wife they came to, and took these back home to the king. At the same time they returned home, the simpleton arrived, bringing his beautiful carpet. When the king saw it, he was astounded, and said, "It is only right that the kingdom should go to my youngest son." However, the 2 other sons gave their father no peace, saying that it would be impossible for the simpleton to become king, because he lacked understanding in all things. They asked him to declare another contest. Then the father said, "He who brings me the most beautiful ring shall inherit the kingdom." Leading the 3 brothers outside, he blew the 3 feathers into the air that they were to follow. The 2 oldest brothers again went to the east and to the west, and the simpleton's feather again flew straight ahead, falling down next to the door in the ground. Once again, he climbed down to the fat toad and told it that he needed the most beautiful ring. The toad had the box brought out again, and gave him from it a ring that glistened with precious stones and was so beautiful that no goldsmith on earth could have made it. The two oldest brothers laughed at the simpleton, who was going to look for a golden ring, and they took no effort at all. Instead, they drove the nails out of an old wagon ring and brought it to the king. However, when the simpleton presented his ring, the king said once again, "The kingdom belongs to him." The two oldest sons tormented the king endlessly, until finally he declared a third contest, saying that he who would bring home the most beautiful woman should have the kingdom. Once again, he blew the 3 feathers into the air, and they flew in the same directions as before. Without hesitating, the simpleton went back to the fat toad and said, "I am supposed to take home the most beautiful woman." "Oh," answered the toad, "the most beautiful woman. She is not here at the moment, but you shall have her nonetheless." The fat toad gave him a hollowed-out yellow turnip, to which were harnessed 6 little mice. The simpleton said sadly, "What am I to do with this?" The toad answered, "Just put one of my little toads inside it." The he grabbed one of them from the group and set it inside the yellow coach. The little toad was scarcely inside when it turned into a beautiful young lady, the turnip into a coach, and the 6 mice into horses. He kissed her, raced away with the horses, and brought her to the king. His brothers came along afterward. They had given no effort to find a beautiful woman, but simply brought along the first peasant women they had come upon. After looking at them, the king said, "After my death, the kingdom belongs to my youngest son." However, the 2 oldest sons again deafened the king's ears with the cry, "We cannot allow the simpleton to become king," and they demanded that the preference should go to the brother whose woman could jump through a hoop that was hanging in the middle of the hall. They thought, "The peasant women will be able to do that very well. They are very strong, but the dainty lady will jump herself to death." The old king gave in to this as well. The 2 peasant women did indeed jump through the hoop, but they were so plump that each one fell, breaking her thick arms and legs. Then the beautiful lady that the simpleton had brought home jumped, and she jumped through the hoop as lightly as a deer. After this, all the protests had to stop. Thus, the simpleton received the crown, and he ruled wisely for a long time. 3. All kinds of fur. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a wife with golden hair, and she was so beautiful that her equal was not to be found anywhere on earth. It happened that she fell ill, and when she felt that she was about to die, she called the king to her and said, "If you want to remarry after my death, then do not take anyone who is not as beautiful as I am, and who does not have such golden hair as mine. That you must promise me." After the king had promised her this, she closed her eyes and died. For a long time the king could not be comforted, and he did not consider taking a second wife. Finally, his counselors said, "There is no other way. The king must remarry, so that we will have a queen." Then messengers were sent out far and wide to seek a bride, who in beauty was entirely the equal of the deceased queen. However, no such bride could be found in the whole world, and even if a bride this beautiful had been found, she would not have had such golden hair. Thus, the messengers returned home without success. Now the king had a daughter who was just as beautiful as her deceased mother, and who also had such golden hair. After she had come of age, The king looked at her one day that she resembled his deceased wife in every way, and he suddenly felt a great love for her. Then he said to his counselors, "I will marry my daughter, for she is the image of my deceased wife, and nowhere else can I find a bride who is her equal." When the counselors heard this, they were horrified and said, "God has forbidden that a father should marry his daughter. Nothing good can come from sin, and the kingdom will be pulled along into ruin." The daughter was even more horrified when she heard her father's decision. Hoping to dissuade him from his intentions, she said to him, "Before I fulfill your wish, I must have 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silver as the moon, and one that glistens like the stars. Further, I must have a cloak put together from 1,000 kinds of pelts and fur. Every animal in your kingdom must contribute a piece of its skin for it." Now she thought, that will be entirely impossible for him to achieve, and in this way I will divert my father from his wicked thoughts. But the king did not give in, and the most skilled maidens in his kingdom had to weave the 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silver as the moon, and one that glistened like the stars. And his huntsmen had to capture all the animals in his entire kingdom and take a piece of skin from each one. From these, a cloak of 1,000 kinds of fur was made. Finally, when everything was finished, the king had the cloak brought to him. Spreading it out, he said, "Tomorrow is our wedding day." When the king's daughter saw that there was no more hope to change her father's mind, she made the decision to run away. During the night, while everyone was asleep, she got up and took 3 things from among her valuables: a golden ring, a little golden spinning wheel, and a little golden reel. She put the 3 dresses from the sun, moon, and stars into a nutshell, put on the cloak of all kinds of fur, blackened her hands and face with soot. Then, surrendering herself to God, she set forth. She walked the entire night until she came to a great forest. Being tired, she sat down in a hollow tree and fell asleep. The sun came up, and she continued to sleep, and she was still asleep by broad daylight. Now it came to pass that the king who owned these woods was hunting in them. When his dogs approached the tree, they sniffed, then ran around it barking. The king said to the huntsman, "See what kind of wild animal is hiding there." The huntsman followed his command, and when they returned they said, "A strange animal, like none we have ever seen before, is lying in the hollow tree. There are 1,000 kinds of fur on its skin. It is just lying there asleep." The king said, "See if you can capture it alive, then tie it onto the cart and bring it along." When the huntsman took hold of the girl, she awoke. Filled with fear, she cried out, "I am a poor child who has been abandoned by her father and mother. Have pity on me and take me with you." Then they said, "All kinds of fur. You are good for the kitchen. Come with us. You can sweep up the ashes." Thus they set her on the cart and drove her home to the royal castle. There they showed her a little cubbyhole under the stairs where the light of day never entered, and said, "This is where you can live and sleep, you furry little animal." Then she was sent to the kitchen, where she carried wood and water, tended the fire, plucked the poultry, sorted vegetables, swept up the ashes, and did all the dirty work. All kinds of fur lived there miserable for a long time. "Oh, you beautiful princess, what will become of you?" Now one day it happened that a banquet was being held in the castle, and she said to the cook, May I go up for a little while and take a look? I will stand outside the door." The cook answered, "Yes, go ahead. But you have to be back here in a half hour and carry out the ashes." Then she took her oil lamp and went into her cubbyhole. Taking off her fur cloak, she washed the soot from her hands and face so that her full beauty again came to light. Then she opened the nut and took out her dress that glistened like the sun. And after she had done all this, she went upstairs to the banquet. Everyone stepped out of her way, for no one knew her, and everyone thought that she was a princess. The king approached her, reached his hand out to her, and danced with her, and thought in his heart, "My eyes have never before seen such beauty." When the dance had ended, she curtsied, and while the king was looking around, she disappeared, and no one knew where she had gone. The guards who stood watch in front of the castle were called and questioned, but no one had seen her. Now she had run back to her cubbyhole, quickly taken off her dress, blackened her hands and face, put on the fur cloak, and was once again all kinds of fur. After she had returned to the kitchen and was about to set to work and sweep up the ashes, the cook said, "That's enough until tomorrow. Make the king's soup for me, so I can have a look upstairs. But don't let a hair fall into it, or in the future there will nothing more for you to eat." Then the cook went away, and all kinds of fur made soup for the king. She made bread soup, and as good as she knew how. When it was done, she got her golden ring from the cubbyhole and placed it in the bowl that the soup was in. When the dance was over, the king had his soup brought to him. He ate it, and it tasted so good to him that he thought he had never eaten a better soup. But when he reached the bottom of the bowl, he saw a golden ring lying there, and he could not imagine how it had gotten there. He ordered the cook to come before him. The cook was terrified when he heard this order, and he said to all kinds of fur, "For sure you let a hair fall into the soup. If that's true, you'll get a beating." When the cook came before the king, he was asked who had cooked the soup, and he answered, "I cooked it." The king said, "That is not true, for it was made in a different way, and much better than usual." The cook answered, "I must confess that I did not cook it. It was the little furry animal." The king said, "Go and have her come up here." When all kinds of fur arrived, the king asked, "Who are you?" "I am a poor child who no longer has a father or a mother." He asked further, "What are you doing in my castle?" She answered, "I am good for nothing except having boots thrown at my head." He asked further, "Where did you get the ring that was in the soup?" She answered, "I do not know anything about the ring." Thus the king could learn nothing, and he had to send her away again. Some time later, there was another banquet, and all kinds of fur, as before, asked the cook for permission to have a look. He answered, "Yes, but come back in a half hour and cook the bread soup for the king that he likes so much." She ran to her cubbyhole, quickly washed herself, then took from the nut the dress that was as silver as the moon and put it on. Then she went upstairs and looked like a princess. The king came up to her and was delighted to see her again, and because a dance was just beginning, they danced together. But as soon as the dance was over, she again disappeared so quickly that the king did not notice where she went. She ran to her cubbyhole, turned herself back into a furry animal, and went to the kitchen to make the bread soup. While the cook was upstairs, she got the golden spinning wheel and put it in the bowl, so that the soup was prepared on top of it. Then it was taken to the king, who ate it, and it tasted as good to him as the last time. He had the cook brought before him, who again had to confess that all kinds of fur had made the soup. All kinds of fur again came before the king, and she answered that she was only good for having boots thrown at her head, and that she knew nothing at all about the little golden spinning wheel. When the king gave a banquet for the third time, everything happened as before. But this time the cook said, "You are a witch, you furry animal, always putting something in the soup that makes it very good and tastes better to the king." But because she asked, he allowed her to look in on the ball at the appointed time. This time she put on the dress that glistened like the stars, and thus clothed she stepped into the hall. The king danced again with the beautiful maiden, thinking that she had never been so beautiful. And while he was dancing, he placed a golden ring on her finger, without her noticing it. Further, he had ordered that this dance should last a long time. When it was over, he tried to keep hold of her by her hands, but she tore herself loose and jumped so quickly into the crowd that she disappeared before his eyes. She ran as fast as she could to her cubbyhole beneath the steps, but because she had stayed away too long, more than a half hour, she could not take off the beautiful dress, but instead just threw the fur cloak on over it. And in her haste, she did not cover herself entirely with soot, and one finger remained white. All kinds of fur now ran into the kitchen, made the bread soup for the king, and while the cook was away, put the golden reel in it. When the king found the reel at the bottom of his bowl, had all kinds of fur called before him. Catching sight of the white finger, he saw the ring that he had put on her while they were dancing. He seized her by the hand and held her fast. As she attempted to free herself and run away, her fur cloak opened a little, and the dress of stars glistened out. The king grabbed the cloak and tore it off. Her golden hair appeared, and she stood there in full splendor, no longer able to hide. And after she had wiped the soot and ashes from her face, she was more beautiful than anyone who had ever been seen on earth. The king said, "You are my dear bride, and we shall never part." Then their wedding was celebrated, and they lived happily until they died. 4. The Hare's Bride. There was once a woman and her daughter who had a beautiful garden with cabbages. A hare got into it, and during the winter he ate all the cabbages. So the mother said to the daughter, "Go to the garden and chase the hare away." The girl said to the hare, "Shoo, shoo, hare, you're eating all our cabbages." The hare said, "Come, girl, sit on my tail and come with me to my hut." The girl would not do that. The next day the hare came again and ate cabbages. So the woman said to her daughter, "Go to the garden and chase the hare away." The girl said to the hare, "Shoo, shoo, hare, you're eating all our cabbages." The hare said, "Come, girl, sit on my tail and come with me to my hut." The girl would not do that. On the third day the hare came again and ate cabbages. So the woman said to her daughter, "Go to the garden and chase the hare away." The girl said, "Shoo, shoo, hare, you're eating all our cabbages." The hare said, "Come, girl, sit on my tail and come with me to my hut." So the girl sat on the hare's tail, and the hare took her far away to his little hut, and then said, "Now cook some green cabbage and millet. I'm going out to invite guests to our wedding." Then all the wedding guests arrived. Who were the wedding guests? I can tell you because someone else told me. They were all hares, and the crow was there as parson to marry the bride and bridegroom, and the fox served as sexton, and their altar was under the rainbow. But the girl was sad, for she was all alone. The hare came up to her and said, "Open the door, open the door. The wedding guests are making merry." The bride cried and said nothing. The hare went away. Then the hare came back and said, "Open the door, open the door. The wedding guests are hungry." The bride continued to cry and said nothing. The hare went away. Then he came back and said, "Open the door, open the door. The wedding guests are waiting." The bride said nothing, and the hare went away. Then she dressed a straw doll in her clothes, gave it a stirring spoon, and stood it next to the millet pot. Then she went back to her mother. The hare came once more and said, "Open the door, open the door." Then he opened the door himself and struck the doll on the head so that its cap fell off. Then the hare saw that this was not his bride, and he sadly went away. 5. The 12 Huntsmen. Once upon a time, there was a prince who had a fiancée whom he loved very much. Once, when he was sitting beside her very happily, news came that his father was deathly ill and wanted to see him before he died. Then he said to his beloved, "I must now go and leave you. I give you a ring to remember me by. As soon as I am king, I will return and take you home with me." Then he rode away, and when he reached his father, the latter was mortally ill and near death. The king said to him, "My dearest son, I wanted to see you one more time before my end. Promise me to marry the woman of my choice." And he named a certain princess who was to become his wife. The son was so grieved that without thinking, he said, "Yes, dear father, your will shall be done." Then the king closed his eyes and died. After the son had been proclaimed king and the period of mourning had passed, he had to keep the promise that he had given his father. He proposed marriage to the princess, and she was promised to him. His first fiancée heard about this and was so saddened by his faithlessness that she nearly died. Then her father said to her, "Dearest child, why are you so sad? You shall have whatever you want." She thought for a moment and then said, "Dear father, I want 11 girls exactly like myself in appearance, figure, and size." The father said, "If it is possible, your wish shall be fulfilled." And he had his entire kingdom searched until 11 girls were found who were exactly like his daughter in appearance, figure, and size. When they came to the princess, she had 12 huntsmen's outfits made, each one like the others. The 11 girls put on the huntsmen's outfits, and she herself put on the 12th outfit. After this, she took leave of her father and rode away with them. They rode to the court of her former fiancé, whom she loved so dearly. There she asked if he needed any huntsmen, and if he would take all of them into his service. The king looked at her without recognizing her. Because they were such good-looking fellows, he said, yes, that he would willingly take them. And then they were the king's 12 huntsmen. Now the king had a lion that was a miraculous animal, for he knew all hidden and secret things. It happened that one evening the lion said to the king, "You think that you have 12 huntsmen?" "Yes," said the king, "they are 12 huntsmen." The lion continued, "You are mistaken. They are 12 girls." The king said, "That is absolutely not true. How can you prove that to me?" "Oh, just have some peas scattered in your antechamber," answered the lion, "and then you shall soon see. Men have a firm step, and when they walk over the peas, none of them will be moved. On the other hand, girls trip and skip and shuffle their feet, rolling the peas about. The king liked this advice and had peas scattered on the floor. Now, one of the king's servants liked the huntsmen, and when he heard that they were going to be put to this test, he went to them and told them everything, saying, "The lion wants to make the king believe that you are girls." The princess thanked him, then said to her girls, "Be strong and step firmly on the peas." The next morning, the king had the 12 huntsmen called before him. When they came into the antechamber where the peas were lying, they stepped so firmly on them and had such a strong, sure walk that not one of the peas rolled or moved. After they had gone, the king said to the lion, "You lied to me. They walk just like men." The lion said, "They knew that we're going to be put to a test and acted like they were strong. Just have 12 spinning wheels brought into the antechamber. They will go up to them and admire them. No man would do that." The king liked this advice, and he had the spinning wheels set up in the antechamber. But the servant, who was honest with the huntsmen, went to them and told them about the proposal. So when they were alone, the princess said to her 11 girls, "Be strong and do not look around at the spinning wheels." The next morning, when the king had his 12 huntsmen summoned, they walked through the antechamber without looking at the spinning wheels at all. Then the king again said to the lion, "You lied to me. They are men," for they did not look at the spinning wheels. The lion answered, "They knew that they were going to be put to a test and acted like they were strong." The king, however, refused to believe the lion anymore. The 12 huntsmen always accompanied the king hunting, and the longer he knew them, the better he liked them. Now it happened that once, when they were out hunting, news came that the king's bride was approaching. When the true bride heard this, it hurt her so much that it almost broke her heart, and she fainted and fell to the ground. Thinking that something had happened to his dear huntsman, the king ran up to him in order to help him. Pulling the huntsman's glove off, he saw the ring that he had given to his first fiancée, and when he looked into her face, he recognized her. Then his heart was so touched that he kissed her. And when she opened her eyes, he said, "You are mine, and I am yours, and no one in the world can change that." He sent a messenger to the other bride and asked her to return to her own kingdom, for as he informed her, he already had a wife, and someone who had found an old key did not need a new one. After this, their wedding was celebrated, and the lion was accepted back into favor, because after all, he had told the truth. 6. The Wolf and the Man. Once upon a time, the fox was talking to the wolf about the strength of man, how no animal could withstand him, and how all were obliged to employ cunning in order to protect themselves from him. The wolf answered, "If I could see a man just once, I would attack him nonetheless." "I can help you to do that," said the fox. "Come to me early tomorrow morning, and I will show you one." The wolf arrived on time, and the fox took him out to the path which the huntsman used every day. First, an old discharged soldier came by. "Is that a man?" asked the wolf. "No," answered the fox. "He has been one." Afterwards came a little boy on his way to school. "Is that a man?" "No, he will yet become one." Finally, a huntsman came by with his double-barreled gun on his back and a sword at his side. The fox said to the wolf, "Look, there comes a man. He is the one you must attack, but I am going back to my den." The wolf then charged at the man. When the huntsman saw him, he said, "Too bad that I have not loaded with a bullet." Then he aimed and fired a load of shot into his face. The wolf pulled an awful face, but did not let himself be frightened, and attacked him again, on which the huntsman gave him the second barrel. The wolf swallowed his pain and charged at the huntsman again, who in turn drew out his naked sword and gave him a few blows with it left and right, so that bleeding all over, he ran howling back to the fox. "Well, Brother Wolf," said the fox, "how did you get along with man?" "Oh," replied the wolf, "I never imagined the strength of man to be what it is. First, he took a stick from his shoulder and blew into it, and then something flew into my face which tickled me terribly. Then he breathed once more into the stick, and it flew up my nose like lightning and hail. Then, when I got next to him, he drew a naked rib out of his body, and he beat me so with it that he almost killed me." "See what a braggart you are," said the fox. "You throw your hatchet so far that you cannot get it back again." 7. The Fox and the Cat. It happened that the cat met Mr. Fox in the woods. She thought, "He is intelligent and well experienced, and is highly regarded in the world." So she spoke to him in a friendly manner. "Good day, my dear Mr. Fox. How is it going? How are you? How are you getting by in these hard times?" The fox, filled with arrogance, examined the cat from head to feet, and for a long time did not know whether he should give an answer. At last he said, "Oh, you poor beard licker, you speckled fool, you hungry mouse hunter. What are you thinking? Have you the nerve to ask how I am doing? What do you know? How many tricks do you understand?" "I understand but one," answered the cat modestly. "What kind of a trick is it?" asked the fox. "When the dogs are chasing me, I can jump into a tree and save myself." "Is that all?" said the fox. "I am master of 100 tricks, and in addition to that, I have a sack full of cunning. I feel sorry for you. Come with me, and I will teach you how one escapes from the dogs." Just then, a hunter came by with 4 dogs. The cat jumped nimbly up a tree and sat down at its top, where the branches and foliage completely hid her. "Untie your sack, Mr. Fox. Untie your sack," the cat shouted to him. But the dogs had already seized him and were holding him fast. "Oh, Mr. Fox," shouted the cat, "you and your 100 tricks are left in the lurch. If you'd been able to climb like I can, you would not have lost your life." 8. Clever Gretel. There was a cook whose name was Gretel. She wore shoes with red heels, and whenever she went out wearing them, she would turn this way and that way, and she was very cheerful, thinking, "You are a beautiful girl." Then after returning home, because she was so happy, she would drink a swallow of wine, and the wine would give her an appetite, so she would taste the best of what she had cooked until she was quite full, and then she would say, "The cook has to know how the food tastes." One day her master said to her, "Gretel, this evening a guest is coming. Prepare 2 chickens for me, the best way that you can." "Yes, indeed, sir," answered Gretel. She killed the chickens, scalded them, plucked them, stuck them on the spit, and then, as evening approached, put them over the fire to roast. The chickens began to brown and were nearly done, but the guest had not yet arrived. Gretel called to her master, "If the guest doesn't come, I'll have to take the chickens from the fire." and it will be a crying shame if they're not eaten soon, because they're at their juicy best right now. The master answered, "You're right. I'll run and fetch the guest myself." As soon as the master had turned his back, Gretel set the spit and the chickens aside and thought, "Standing here by the fire has made me sweaty and thirsty. Who knows when they will be back? Meanwhile, I'll just run down into the cellar and take a swallow." So she ran down, lifted a jug to her lips, saying, "God bless it for you, Gretel," and took a healthy drink. "Wine belongs together," she said further. "It's not good to keep it apart," and took another healthy drink. Then she went and placed the chickens over the fire again, basted them with butter, and cheerfully turned the spit. Because the roasting chickens smelled so good, she thought, they could be lacking something. I'd better taste them. She tested them with her fingers and said, "My, these chickens are good. It's a sin and a shame that they won't be eaten at once." She ran to the window to see if her master and his guest were arriving, but she saw no one. Returning to the chickens, she said, "That one wing is burning. I'd better just eat it." So she cut it off and ate it, and it tasted very good. When she had finished it, she thought, "I'd better eat the other one too, or the master will see that something is missing." When both wings had been eaten, she once again looked for her master, but could not see him. Then it occurred to her, who knows, perhaps they've gone somewhere else to eat and aren't coming here at all. Then she said, "Well, Gretel, be of good cheer. The one has already been cut into. Have another drink and eat the rest of it. When it's gone, you can relax. Why should this good gift of God go to waste?" So she ran to the cellar once again, downed a noble drink, and cheerfully finished off the first chicken. When the one chicken was gone, and her master still had not yet returned, she looked at the other chicken and said, "Where the one is, the other should follow. The two belong together. What is right for the one can't be wrong for the other. I believe that if I have another drink, it will do me no harm." So she took another hearty drink and sent the second chicken running after the first one. Just as she was making the most of it, her master returned, calling out, "Gretel, hurry up. The guest is right behind me." "Yes, sir, I'm getting it ready," answered Gretel. Meanwhile, the master saw that the table was set, and he picked up the large knife that he wanted to carve the chickens with, and stood in the hallway sharpening it. The guest arrived and knocked politely on the door. Gretel ran to see who it was, and when she saw that it was the guest, she held a finger before her mouth and said, "Be quiet, be quiet. Hurry and get away from here. If my master catches you, you'll be sorry. Yes, he invited you for an evening meal, but all he really wants is to cut off both of your ears. Listen, he's sharpening his knife for it right now." The guest heard the whetting and ran back down the steps as fast as he could. Then Gretel, who was not a bit lazy, ran to her master crying, "Just what kind of a guest did you invite?" "Why, Gretel, what do you mean by that?" "Well," she said, "he took both of the chickens off the platter, just as I was about to carry them out, and then ran away with them." "Now that's a fine tune," said the master, feeling sorry about the loss of the good chickens. "At the least he could have left one of them, so I would have something to eat." He called out to him to stop, but the guest pretended not to hear. Then he ran after him, the knife still in his hand, shouting, "Just one, just one." But the guest could only think that he wanted him to give up one of his ears, so he ran as though there were a fire burning beneath him in order to get home with both ears. 9. The old grandfather and his grandson. Once upon a time, there was a very, very old man. His eyes had grown dim, his ears deaf, and his knees shook. When he sat at the table, he could scarcely hold a spoon. He spilled soup on the tablecloth, and beside that, some of his soup would run back out of his mouth. His son and his son's wife were disgusted with this, so finally they made the old grandfather sit in the corner behind the stove, where they gave him his food in an earthenware bowl, and not enough at that. He sat there looking sadly at the table, and his eyes grew moist. One day his shaking hands could not hold the bowl, and it fell to the ground and broke. The young woman scolded, but he said not a word. He only sobbed. Then for a few hellers, they bought him a wooden bowl and made him eat from it. Once, when they were all sitting there, the little grandson of 4 years pushed some pieces of wood together on the floor. "What are you making?" asked his father. "Oh, I'm making a little trough for you and Mother to eat from when I'm big." The man and the woman looked at one another and then began to cry. They immediately brought the old grandfather to the table and always let him eat there from then on. And if he spilled a little, they did not say a thing. 10. The Water Nixie. A little brother and little sister were playing by a well, and while they were playing there, they both fell in. A water nixie was down there. She said, "Now I have you. Now you will have to work diligently for me." And she led them away with her. She gave the girl tangled, dirty flax to spin, and she had to fill a bottomless barrel with water. The boy had to chop down a tree with a dull axe, and all they got to eat were dumplings as hard as rocks. Finally, the children became so impatient that they waited until one Sunday when the Nixie was at church, and then ran away. When church was over, the Nixie saw that the birds had flown away, and she followed them with long strides. The children saw her from afar, and the girl threw a brush behind her, which turned into a large brush mountain with thousands and thousands of spikes, which the Nixie had to climb over with great difficulty, but she finally got to the other side. When the children saw this, the boy threw a comb behind him, which turned into a large comb mountain with 1,000 times 1,000 teeth, but the Nixie was able to keep hold of them, and finally got to the other side. Then the girl threw a mirror behind her, which turned into a glass mountain, which was so slippery, that it was impossible for the Nixie to climb over it. Then she thought, "I will quickly go home and get my axe and chop the glass mountain in two." However, by the time she returned and had chopped up the glass mountain, the children were far away and had escaped, so the Water Nixie had to trudge back to her well. 11. The Death of the Little Hen. One time the Little Hen and the Little Rooster went to Nut Mountain, and they agreed that whoever would find a nut would share it with the other one. Now the Little Hen found a large nut, but wanting to eat the kernel by herself, she said nothing about it. However, the kernel was so thick that she could not swallow it down. It got stuck in her throat, and fearing that she would choke to death, she cried out, "Little Rooster, I beg you to run as fast as you can to the well and get me some water, or else I'll choke to death." The Little Rooster ran to the well as fast as he could and said, "Well, give me some water." for the little hen is lying on Nut Mountain. She swallowed a large nut kernel and is about to choke to death on it. The well answered, "First run to the bride and get some red silk from her." The little rooster ran to the bride. "Bride, give me some red silk, and I'll give the red silk to the well, and the well will give me some water, and I'll take the water to the little hen who is lying on Nut Mountain. She swallowed a large nut kernel and is about to choke to death on it." The bride answered, "First run and get my wreath. It got caught on a willow branch." So the little rooster ran to the willow and pulled the wreath from its branch and took it to the bride. And the bride gave him some red silk, which he took to the well, which gave him some water. And the little rooster took the water to the little hen. But when he arrived, she had already choked to death, and she lay there dead, and did not move at all. The little rooster was so sad that he cried aloud, and all the animals came to mourn for the little hen. 6 mice built a small carriage, which was to carry the little hen to her grave. When the carriage was finished, they hitched themselves to it, and the little rooster drove. On the way, they met the fox. "Where are you going, little rooster?" "I'm going to bury my little hen." "May I ride along?" "Yes, but you must sit at the rear, because my little horses don't like you too close to the front." So he sat at the rear, and then the wolf, the bear, the elk, the lion, and all the animals in the forest. They rode on until they came to a brook. "How can we get across?" said the little rooster. A straw was lying there next to the brook, and he said, "I'll lay myself across, and you can drive over me." But just as the 6 mice got onto the straw, it slipped into the water, and the 6 mice all fell in and drowned. They did not know what to do, until a coal came and said, "I am large enough. I will lay myself across, and you can drive over me." So the coal laid itself across the water, but unfortunately it touched the water, hissed, and went out, and it was dead. A stone saw this happen, and wanting to help the little rooster, it laid itself across the water. The little rooster pulled the carriage himself. He nearly reached the other side with the dead little hen, but there were too many others seated on the back of the carriage, and the carriage rolled back, and they all fell into the water and drowned. Now the little rooster was all alone with the dead little hen. He dug a grave for her and laid her inside. Then he made a mound on top and sat on it, and grieved there so long that he too died, and then everyone was dead. 12. Hans in luck. Hans had served his master for 7 years, so he said to him, "Master, my time is up. Now I would like to go back home to my mother. Give me my wages." The master answered, "You have served me faithfully and honestly. As the service was, so shall the reward be." And he gave Hans a piece of gold as big as his head. Hans pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket, wrapped up the lump in it, put it on his shoulder, and set out on the way home. As he went on, always putting one leg before the other, he saw a horseman trotting quickly and merrily by on a lively horse. "Ah," said Hans quite loud, "what a fine thing it is to ride. There you sit as on a chair, never stumbling over a stone, saving your shoes, and making your way without even knowing it." The rider, who had heard him, stopped and called out, "Hey there, Hans, then why are you going on foot?" "I must," answered he, "for I have this lump to carry home. It is true that it is gold, but I cannot hold my head straight for it. and it hurts my shoulder." "I will tell you what," said the rider. "Let's trade. I will give you my horse, and you can give me your lump." "With all my heart," said Hans. "But I can tell you, you will be dragging along with it." The rider got down, took the gold, and helped Hans up, then gave him the bridle tight in his hands and said, "If you want to go fast, you must click your tongue and call out, 'Jup, jup.'" Hans was heartily delighted, as he sat upon the horse and rode away so bold and free. After a little while, he thought that it ought to go faster, and he began to click with his tongue and call out, "Jup, jup." The horse started a fast trot, and before Hans knew where he was thrown off and lying in a ditch, which separated the fields from the highway. The horse would have escaped if it had not been stopped by a peasant, who was coming along the road and driving a cow before him. Hans pulled himself together and stood up on his legs again, but he was vexed and said to the peasant, "It is a poor joke, this riding, especially when one gets hold of a mare like this that kicks and throws one off, so that one has a chance of breaking one's neck. Never again will I mount it. Now I like your cow, for one can walk quietly behind her, and moreover have one's milk, butter and cheese every day without fail. What would I not give to have such a cow?" "Well," said the peasant, "if it would give you so much pleasure, I do not mind trading the cow for the horse." Hans agreed with the greatest delight, and the peasant jumped upon the horse and rode quickly away. Hans drove his cow quietly before him and thought over his lucky bargain. "If only I have a morsel of bread, and that can hardly fail me. I can eat butter and cheese with it as often as I like. If I am thirsty, I can milk my cow and drink the milk. My goodness, what more can I want?" When he came to an inn, he stopped, and to celebrate his good fortune, he ate up everything he had with him, his dinner and supper, and all he had, and with his last few farthings had half a glass of beer. Then he drove his cow onwards in the direction of his mother's village. As noon approached, the heat grew more oppressive, and Hans found himself upon a moor which would take at least another hour to cross. He felt very hot, and his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth with thirst. "I can find a cure for this," thought Hans. "I will milk the cow now and refresh myself with the milk." He tied her to a withered tree, and as he had no pail, he put his leather cap underneath, but try as he would, not a drop of milk came. And because he was working in a clumsy way, the impatient beast at last gave him such a blow on his head with its hind foot that he fell to the ground, and for a long time did not know where he was. By good fortune, a butcher just then came along the road with a pushcart, in which lay a young pig. "What sort of a trick is this?" he cried, and helped good Hans up. Hans told him what had happened. The butcher gave him his flask and said, "Take a drink and refresh yourself. The cow will certainly give no milk. It is an old beast. At the best it is only fit for the plough or for the butcher." "Well, well," said Hans, as he stroked his hair down on his head. "Who would have thought it? Certainly it is a fine thing when one can slaughter a beast like that for oneself. What meat one has! But I do not care much for beef. It is not juicy enough for me. But to have a young pig like that, it tastes quite different, and there are sausages as well." "Listen, Hans," said the butcher. "To do you a favor, I will trade, and will let you have the pig for the cow." "God reward you for your kindness," said Hans, as he gave up the cow. The pig was unbound from the cart, and the cord by which it was tied was put in his hand. Hans went on, thinking to himself how everything was going just as he wished. If anything troublesome happened to him, it was immediately set right. Presently, he was joined by a lad who was carrying a fine white goose under his arm. They greeted one another, and Hans began to tell of his good luck, and how he had always made such good trades. The boy told him that he was taking the goose to a christening feast. Just heft her, he added, taking hold of her by the wings. Feel how heavy she is. She has been fattened up for the last 8 weeks. Anyone who bites into her after she's been roasted will have to wipe the fat from both sides of his mouth. Yes, said Hans, hefting her with one hand. She weighs a lot, but my pig is not so bad either. Meanwhile, the lad looked suspiciously from one side to the other and shook his head. Look here, he said at last. It may not be all right with your pig. In the village through which I passed, the mayor himself had just had one stolen out of its sty. I fear that you have got hold of it there. They have sent out some people, and it would be a bad business if they caught you with the pig. At the very least, you would be shut up in the dark hole. Good Hans was terrified. For goodness sake, he said, help me out of this fix. You know more about this place than I do. Take my pig and leave me your goose. I am taking a risk, answered the lad, but I do not want to be the cause of your getting into trouble. So he took the cord in his hand and quickly drove the pig down a bypath. Good Hans, free from care, went homewards with the goose under his arm. When I think about it properly, he said to himself, I have even gained by the trade. First there is the good roast meat, then the quantity of fat which will drip from it, and which will give me goose fat for my bread for a quarter of a year, and lastly, the beautiful white feathers. I will have my pillow stuffed with them, and then indeed I shall go to sleep without being rocked. How glad my mother will be. As he was going through the last village, there stood a scissors grinder with his cart. As his wheel whirred, he sang, I sharpen scissors and quickly grind. My coat blows out in the wind behind. Hans stood still and looked at him. At last he spoke to him and said, All's well with you, as you are so merry with your grinding. Yes, answered the scissors grinder. This trade has a golden foundation. A real grinder is a man who, as often as he puts his hand into his pocket, finds gold in it. But where did you buy that fine goose? I did not buy it, but traded my pig for it. And the pig? I got it for a cow. And the cow? I got it for a horse. And the horse? For that I gave a lump of gold as big as my head. And the gold? Well, that was my wages for 7 years' service. You have known how to look after yourself each time, said the grinder. If you can only get on so far as to hear the money jingle in your pocket whenever you stand up, you will have made your fortune. How shall I manage that? Said Hans. You must become a grinder as I am. Nothing particular is needed for it but a grindstone. Everything else takes care of itself. I have one here. It is certainly a little worn, but you need not give me anything for it but your goose. Will you do it? How can you ask? Answered Hans. I shall be the luckiest fellow on earth. If I have money whenever I put my hand in my pocket, why should I ever worry again? And he handed him the goose and received the grindstone in exchange. Now, said the grinder, picking up an ordinary heavy stone that lay nearby, Here is another good stone for you as well, which you can use to hammer on and straighten your old nails. Carry it along with you and take good care of it." Hans loaded himself with the stones and went on with a contented heart, his eyes shining with joy. "I must have been born with lucky skin," he cried. "Everything I want happens to me just as if I were a Sunday's child." Meanwhile, as he had been on his legs since daybreak, he began to feel tired. Hunger also tormented him, for in his joy at the bargain by which he got the cow, he had eaten up all his store of food at once. At last, he could only go on with great difficulty, and was forced to stop every minute. The stones, too, weighed him down dreadfully, and he could not help thinking how nice it would be if he would not have to carry them just then. He crept like a snail until he came to a well in a field, where he thought that he would rest and refresh himself with a cool drink of water. In order that he might not damage the stones in sitting down, he laid them carefully by his side on the edge of the well. Then he sat down on it and was about to bend over and drink when he slipped, pushed against the stones, and both of them fell into the water. When Hans saw them with his own eyes sinking to the bottom, he jumped for joy and then knelt down, and with tears in his eyes thanked God for having shown him this favor also, and delivered him in so good a way, and without his having any need to reproach himself from those heavy stones which had been the only things that troubled him. "No one under the sun is as fortunate as I am," he cried out. With a light heart and free from every burden, he now ran on until he was at home with his mother. 13. The Singing Springing Lark. Once upon a time, there was a man who was about to set forth on a long journey. At his departure, he asked his 3 daughters what he should bring for them when he returned. The oldest one wanted pearls, the second one wanted diamonds, but the third one said, "Father dear, I would like a singing, springing lark." The father said, "Yes, if I can get it, you shall have it." Then kissing all 3, he set forth. Now when the time had come for him to return home, he had bought pearls and diamonds for the 2 oldest ones, but he had searched everywhere in vain for a singing, springing lark for the youngest one. This made him very sad, for she was his favorite child. His path led him through a forest, in the middle of which there was a splendid castle. Near the castle there stood a tree, and at the very top of the tree he saw a singing, springing lark. "Ah, you are just what I have been looking for," he said happily, then told his servant to climb up and catch the little creature. But as he approached the tree, a lion jumped up from beneath it, shook himself, and roared until the leaves on the trees trembled. "I will eat up anyone who tries to steal my singing, springing lark," he cried. The man said, "I did not know that the bird belongs to you. I will make amends for my wrong and ransom myself with a large sum of money. Just spare my life." The lion said, "Nothing can save you unless you will promise to give me that which first meets you upon your arrival at home. If you will do that, I will grant you your life, and you shall have the bird for your daughter as well." The man hesitated, saying, "That could be my youngest daughter. She loves me the most, and always runs to meet me when I return home." The servant, however, was frightened and said, "Why must it be your daughter that meets you? It could also be a cat or a dog." Then the man let himself be persuaded, took the singing, springing lark, and promised to give the lion whatever should first meet him at home. When he reached home and entered his house, the first one who met him was none other than his youngest and dearest daughter. She came running up, kissed and hugged him, and when she saw that he had brought with him a singing, springing lark, she was beside herself with joy. The father, however, could not be glad, but instead began to cry, saying, "My dearest child, I paid dearly for that little bird. To get it, I had to promise you to a wild lion, and when he has you, he will tear you to pieces and eat you up." Then he told her everything that had happened, and begged her not to go there, come what may. But she consoled him, saying, "Dearest father, your promise must be kept. I will go there and appease the lion, so that I can return safely to you." The next morning, she had the way pointed out to her, took leave, and in good spirits walked into the woods. Now the lion was an enchanted prince. By day he was a lion, and all his people became lions with him. But by night they had their natural human form. On her arrival, she was kindly received and led into the castle. When night came, the lion was a handsome man, and their wedding was celebrated with splendor. They lived happily together, remaining awake by night and sleeping by day. One day he came and said, "Tomorrow there will be a feast at your father's house, because your oldest sister is getting married. If you would like to go, my lions will take you." She said yes, that she would like to see her father again, and she went there, accompanied by the lions. There was great joy when she arrived, for they all believed that she had been torn to pieces by the lion and was no longer alive. But she told them what a handsome husband she had and how well off she was. She stayed until the wedding was over and then went back into the woods. When the second daughter got married and she was again invited to the wedding, she said to the lion, "This time I do not want to be alone. You must come with me." The lion, however, said that would be too dangerous for him, for if a ray from a burning light were to fall on him there, he would be transformed into a dove and would have to fly with doves for 7 years. "Oh," she said, "do come with me. I will protect you and guard you from all light." So they went together, taking their little child with them as well. She had a room built there, so strong and thick that no ray of light could penetrate it. He was to sit inside it when the wedding lights were lit. However, the door was made of green wood which split, leaving a little crack that no one noticed. The wedding was celebrated with splendor, but when the procession returning from the church, with all its torches and lights passed by this room, a ray of light no wider than a hair touched the prince, and he was transformed in an instant. And when she came in looking for him, she did not see him, but a white dove was sitting there. The dove said to her, "For 7 years I must fly about into the world. Every 7 steps I will let fall a drop of red blood and a white feather. These will show you the way, and if you follow this trail, you can redeem me." Then the dove flew out the door, and she followed him, and every 7 steps a drop of red blood and the little white feather fell down, showing her the way. Thus she went further and further into the wide world. She neither looked aside nor rested. When the 7 years were almost past, she rejoiced, thinking that they would soon be redeemed, but they were far from it. One day when she was thus walking onward, no little feather and no drop of red blood fell, and when she raised her eyes, the dove had disappeared. Then she thought, "Humans cannot help you now." So she climbed up to the sun and said, "You shine into every crack and over every peak. Have you not seen a little white dove flying?" "No," said the sun, "I have not seen it. But I will give you a little chest. Open it if you are in great need." Then she thanked the sun and went on until evening came and the moon was shining. She then asked the moon, "You shine all night, across all the fields and woods. Have you not seen a little white dove flying?" "No," said the moon, "I have not seen it, but I will give you an egg. Break it open if you are in great need." Then she thanked the moon and went on until the night wind came up and blew against her. She said to it, "You blow over all the trees and under all the leaves. Have you not seen a little white dove flying?" "No," said the night wind, "I have not seen it, but I will ask the 3 other winds. Perhaps they have seen it." The east wind and the west wind came and had seen nothing, but the south wind said, "I have seen the white dove. It has flown to the Red Sea. There it has become a lion again, for the 7 years are over, and the lion is fighting there with the serpent. However, the serpent is an enchanted princess." Then the night wind said to her, "I will give you some advice. Go to the Red Sea. On the right bank are some tall reeds. Count them, cut off the 11th one, and strike the serpent with it. Then the lion will be able to subdue it, and both will then regain their human bodies. After that, look around, and you will see the griffin which lives near the Red Sea. Climb onto its back with your beloved, and the bird will carry you home across the sea. Here is a nut for you. When you are above the middle of the sea, drop the nut. It will immediately sprout upward, and a tall nut tree will grow out of the water, upon which the griffin can rest. If it were not able to rest, it would not be strong enough to carry you across. If you forget to drop the nut, it will let the 2 of you fall into the sea." Then she went there and found everything just as the night wind had said. She counted the reeds by the sea, cut off the 11th one, struck the serpent with it, and the lion subdued it. Immediately they both regained their human bodies. However, when the princess who had been a serpent was free from the enchantment, she took the youth by the arm, mounted the griffin, and carried him away with her. There stood the poor girl who had wandered so far and was forsaken again. She sat down and cried. At last, however, she took courage and said, "I will continue on as far as the wind blows and as long as the cock crows until I find him." And she went on a long, long way, until at last she came to the castle where both of them were living together. There she heard that a feast was to be held soon, at which they were to be married. She said, "God will still help me," and opened the little chest that the sun had given her. Inside was a dress that glistened like the sun itself. She took it out and put it on, then went up into the castle, where everyone, even the bride herself, looked at her with astonishment. The bride liked the dress so well that she thought it could be her wedding dress, and she asked if it was for sale. "Not for money or property," answered the girl, "but for flesh and blood." The bride asked what she meant by that. She said, "Let me sleep one night in the room where the bridegroom sleeps." The bride did not want to allow this, but she wanted very much to have the dress, so at last she consented. However, she ordered a servant to give the prince a sleeping potion. That night, after the youth was already asleep, she was led into his room. She sat down on the bed and said, "I have followed you for 7 years. I have been to the sun and the moon and the 4 winds, and have asked about you, and I have helped you against the serpent. Will you then forget me entirely?" However, the prince was so sound asleep that it only seemed to him like the wind was rustling outside in the fir trees. When morning broke, she was led out again, and she had to give up the golden dress. She grew sad, because even that had not helped, and she went out into a meadow and sat down and cried. While she was sitting there, she thought of the egg which the moon had given her. She broke it open, and out came a mother hen with 12 little chicks, all of gold. They ran about peeping, then crept back under the old hen's wings. It was the most beautiful thing to be seen in all the world. Then she got up and drove them across the meadow before her, until the bride looked out of the window. She liked the little chicks so much that she immediately came down and asked if they were for sale. Not for money or property, but for flesh and blood. Let me sleep one more night in the room where the bridegroom sleeps. The bride said yes, intending to cheat her as she had done the previous evening. However, when the prince went to bed, he asked his servant what the murmuring and rustling in the night had been. Then the servant told him everything, that he had been forced to give him a sleeping potion because a poor girl secretly had slept in his room, and that he was supposed to give him another sleeping potion tonight. The prince said, "Pour the drink out next to the bed." That night she was again led in, and when she began to relate how sadly she had fared, he immediately recognized his dear wife by her voice, jumped up and cried, "Now I am redeemed for sure. It is as if I had been in a dream, for the strange princess has bewitched me, causing me to forget you. But God has removed the spell from me just in time." Then they both left the castle secretly in the night, for they feared the princess's father, who was a sorcerer. They mounted the griffin, which carried them across the Red Sea, and when they were halfway, she dropped the nut. Immediately a tall nut tree grew up, and the bird rested on it, and then carried them home, where they found their child, who had grown tall and handsome, and from that time they lived happily until they died. 14. The Young Giant. A peasant had a son who was only as big as a thumb and did not grow any larger. In several years he did not grow even the width of a hair. One day the peasant wanted to go to the field and plough, and the little one said, "Father, I want to go out with you." "You want to go out with me?" said the father. "No, you have to stay here. There's nothing that you could do to help me, and besides that, you might get lost." Then the thumbling began to cry, and was not going to give the father any peace until he took him along. So the father put him in his pocket and carried him to the field, where he placed him in a fresh furrow. While he was sitting there, a large giant came over the mountain towards them. "Do you see that bogeyman?" said the father, in order to frighten the little one into being good. "He's coming to get you." Now, with his long legs, the giant reached the furrow in only a few steps. With 2 fingers, he carefully picked up the little thumbling, looked at him, then walked away with him without saying a word. The father stood there so frightened that he could not utter a sound. He believed that his child was lost, and that he would never see him again as long as he lived. The giant took the child home and let him suckle at his breast. and the Thumbling grew large and strong like a giant. After 2 years had passed, the old giant took him into the woods in order to test him. He said, "Pull out a switch from over there." The boy was so strong already that he pulled a young tree up by the roots. The giant thought that he could do better and took him back home and suckled him for 2 more years. When he took him into the woods to test him this time, he was so much stronger that he was able to pull up an old tree. This was still not good enough for the giant, and he suckled him for yet another 2 years, took him into the woods and said, "Now pull out a decent switch for once." This time the boy pulled the thickest oak tree out of the ground. When it cracked, the boy laughed. When the old giant saw this, he said, "That's good enough. You've passed the test." And he took him back to the field where he found him. The father was ploughing again, and the young giant walked up to him and said, "Father, see what a man your son has become." The peasant was frightened and said, "No, you are not my son. I don't want you. Get away from me." "Of course I am your son. Just let me plough. I can do it just as well as you can, even better." "No, you are not my son. You can't plough. Get away from me." He was so afraid of the large man that he let go of the plough and walked to the edge of the field. The boy picked up the handle to plough, but he pushed so hard with his one hand that the plough sank deep into the earth. The peasant could not watch this and called to him, "If you insist on ploughing, then don't push down so hard, or you will ruin the field." Then the boy unhitched the horses and pulled the plough himself, saying, "Go on home and tell Mother that she should cook up a big plate of something to eat. In the meantime, I'll tear around the field." The peasant went home and told his wife to fix something to eat, and she cooked up a large dinner, and the boy ploughed the field, 2 full acres all by himself. Then he hitched himself to the harrow and harrowed the entire thing, pulling 2 harrows at the same time. When he was finished, he went into the woods, pulled up 2 oak trees, laid them on his shoulders, then put a harrow on each end and a horse on each end as well, and carried the whole thing to his parents' home like a bundle of straw. When he walked into the farmyard, his mother did not recognize him and asked, "Who is this terrible large man?" The peasant said, "That is our son." She said, "No, this could never be our son. We did not have such a large child. Ours was a little thing. Go away. We don't want you." The boy said nothing. He pulled his horses into the stall, gave them oats and hay, and put everything in order. When he was finished, he went into the house, sat down on the bench and said, "Mother, I'd like to eat. Will it be ready soon?" She said, "Yes," and did not dare to contradict him. She brought in 2 very large plates, more than she and her husband could have eaten in an entire week. He ate it all and asked if they didn't have more. "No," she said, "that's all that we have." "That was only a taste. I have to have more." Not daring to contradict him, she went out and filled a large hog cauldron and put it on the fire, and when it was done, she brought it in. "That's a nice little bit," he said, and ate the whole thing, but it still wasn't enough to satisfy his hunger. Then he said, "Father, I see that I'll never be full if I stay here with you. If you can get me an iron rod that is so strong I can't break it against my knees, then I'll go away again." The peasant was happy to hear this. He hitched his 2 horses to his wagon and drove to the blacksmith and got a rod so large and thick that the 2 horses could barely pull it. The boy held it against his knees and crash, he broke it in two like a beanpole and threw it away. Then the peasant hitched up 4 horses and brought back a rod that was so large and thick that the 4 horses could barely pull it. The son picked up this one as well, cracked it in two against his knee, tossed it aside and said, "Father, this one is of no use to me. Hitch up more horses and get me a stronger staff." So the father hitched up 8 horses and fetched one so large and thick that the 8 horses could barely pull it. When the son received this one, he broke a little piece from the top of it and said, "Father, I see that you can't get me a proper staff, so I'll just go away anyhow." So he went on his way, claiming to be a journeyman blacksmith. He came to a village where a smith lived, who was a real cheapskate. He would never give anything to anyone, and always wanted everything for himself. The young giant walked into his smithy and asked him if he could use a journeyman. "Yes," answered the smith, looking at him and thinking what a strong fellow he was, someone who could really earn his keep. "What kind of wages do you want?" "I don't want any wages at all," said the young giant. "But at the end of every 2 weeks, when the other journeymen receive their pay, just let me hit you twice. And you'll have to be able to take it." The cheapskate was only too happy with this arrangement, for he thought that it would save him a lot of money. The next morning, the new journeyman was to have the first turn at the anvil. The master brought out a glowing rod, and the young giant knocked it into 2 pieces with his first blow, at the same time driving the anvil so deep into the ground that they could not get it back out again. This made the cheapskate angry, and he said, "I can't use you here. Your blows are too rough. What do you need for pay?" The young giant said, "Just to give you a little kick, nothing more." He lifted up his foot and gave him a kick that sent him flying over 4 loads of hay. Then he took the thickest iron rod from the smithy to use as a walking stick and went on his way. Sometime later, he came to an estate and asked the overseer if he could use a chief farmhand. "Yes," said the overseer, "you look like a strong fellow who knows how to work. What kind of yearly wage do you want?" The young giant replied that the only pay he wanted was to be able to give the overseer 3 blows, and that he would have to be able to stand them. The overseer was satisfied with this, for he too was a cheapskate. The next morning, the workers were supposed to go to work in the woods. The others were already up, but the young giant was still lying in bed. One of them shouted to him, "Get up now. It's time to go to the woods, and you have to come along too." He replied coarsely and sarcastically, "Go on without me. I'll be finished before any of you." The others reported to the overseer that the new chief farmhand was still lying in bed and would not go to the woods with them. The overseer told them to wake him up again and tell him to harness the horses. The young giant answered the same as before, "Go on without me. I'll be finished before any of you." He slept 2 more hours, then finally got out of bed, got 2 shovels full of peas from the barn, cooked them, ate them at his leisure, and when he had finished all this, he harnessed the horses and drove them to the woods. Just before the woods, the road passed through a hollow. He drove his wagon through the hollow, then halted the horses. He walked behind the wagon and piled up such a stack of trees and branches that no horse would ever be able to get through. He had just arrived in the woods When he met the others on their way home with their loaded wagons, he said to them, "Drive on, I'll be home before you are." He drove a little further into the woods, ripped 2 of the largest trees out of the ground, loaded them onto his wagon, and turned around. When he came to the pile of trees and branches, the others were just standing there, unable to get through. He said, "See, if you had stayed with me, you could have gone straight home, and you'd be able to sleep an extra hour." He started to drive through, but his horses couldn't make it, so he unhitched them and loaded them on top of the wagon. Then he took hold of the tongue and pulled the wagon through as easily as if it had been loaded with feathers. When he was on the other side, he called out, "See, I got through before you did," and he drove off, leaving them standing there. When he arrived at the farmyard, he picked up a tree with one hand, showed it to the overseer, and said, "How is this for a measuring stick?" Then the overseer said to his wife, "This chief farmhand is all right. Even when he sleeps in, he arrives home before the others." He worked for the overseer for 1 year. When the year had passed and the other workers received their wages, he said that it was also time for his payment. The overseer became frightened that he was going to have to receive his blows, and he asked him to spare him. If he would do so, the overseer himself would become chief farmhand, and the young giant could become overseer. "No," replied the young giant, "I do not want to be overseer. I am chief farmhand and will remain chief farmhand. I only want to deliver what was promised me." The overseer offered to give him anything that he asked for, but there was no way out. The chief farmhand insisted on the original agreement. The overseer did not know what else to do, so he asked for an extension of 2 weeks, and then called all of his clerks together and asked for their advice. They thought for a long time, and finally concluded that no one was safe in the presence of the chief farmhand. He could strike a person dead just like one would crush a mosquito. He should be told to climb into the well to clean it. Then they would roll the large millstones that were lying nearby into the well onto his head. After that, he would never again see the light of day. The overseer was delighted with his plan, and the chief farmhand agreed to climb into the well. As soon as he was at the bottom of the well, they rolled the largest millstone in on top of him. Everyone thought that they had crushed his head, but he called out, "Chase the chickens away from the well. They are scratching in the sand and throwing little grains into my eyes until I can't see." The overseer called out, "Shoo, shoo," as though he were chasing the chickens away. When the chief farmhand was finished, he climbed out and said, "Look at this nice necklace." He was wearing the millstone around his neck. The chief farmhand wanted to collect his wages now, but the overseer asked for another extension of 14 days. He summoned the clerks, and they advised him to send the farmhand to the haunted mill to grind grain during the night. No human had ever come from there alive. This advice pleased the overseer, and that same evening he summoned the farmhand and told him to haul 8 bushels of grain to the mill and to grind it during the night. They were in need of the flour. So the chief farmhand went to the loft and put 2 bushels of grain in his right pocket and 2 in his left pocket. Then he loaded 4 bushels of grain into a large sack, which he carried over his shoulder. He took all this to the haunted mill. The miller told him that during the daytime he could grind the grain very well, But at night time, the mill was haunted, and anyone who went inside during the night was found dead the next morning. The farmhand said, "I will do all right. Just leave me alone and go to bed now." Then he went inside the mill and dumped out the grain. When it began to strike 11, he went into the sitting area and sat on a bench. He had just eaten a little when the door opened and a large table came inside. On the table were wine, roasted meat, and many good things to eat. Everything was by itself. No one had carried it in. Then the chairs moved themselves into place, but no person was there. Then suddenly, he saw fingers handling the knives and forks and placing food onto the plates, but he could see nothing else. He was hungry, and he could see food, so he sat down and ate alongside the unseen ones, and everything tasted very good. When he was full, and the others had cleaned off their plates as well, suddenly all the lights were blown out. He heard this very distinctly. Sitting there in total darkness, something gave him a slap in the face. He said, "If you do that again, I'll give the same thing back to you." He received a second slap, and he struck back. Thus it continued the entire night, but he was never afraid, always striking back fiercely. At daybreak, everything ceased. When the miller got up, he looked in on the farmhand to see how he was, and was amazed to see that he was still alive. The farmhand said, "I received some slaps, but I also gave out some slaps and had plenty to eat." The miller was delighted and said that the mill was now freed of its curse, and he offered him a large sum of money as a reward. But the farmhand said, "I don't want any money. I have enough." Then he loaded his flour onto his back and returned home. He told the overseer he had completed the task and now wanted the wages that they had agreed upon. The overseer was beside himself with fear. Not knowing what else to do, he walked back and forth in his room until sweat dripped from his face. He opened the window for some fresh air. Before he knew what had happened, the young giant kicked him from behind. He flew so far through the air that no one has seen him since. Then the young giant turned to the overseer's wife and said that she would have to receive the next blow. "No, I'd never be able to withstand it," she said, and opened the window because of the sweat dripping from her face. He gave her a kick as well, and being lighter, she flew even higher than her husband. "Come to me," he called to her. "No, you come to me," she called back. "I can't come to you." And they soared through the air, neither of them able to get to the other one. I do not know if they are still soaring. But as for the young giant, he picked up his iron rod and went on his way.